Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Gouda. Yeah, if anybody's watching this after the VOD is available and you have modding questions, try to catch one live and I can answer them much easier. With code in front of me and with a lot of stuff like general modding questions are just so much easier to answer when you've got all the tools in front of you. So if you're watching this later now, like if you're watching this now, obviously um you can ask away, but if you're watching the VOD, tomorrow or whatever, try to catch one live. I usually try to do these on Wednesdays, and today I'm just doing it because it's been gnawing at me. This food situation, this perishable situation, has been gnawing at me for days. Wherever we left it, and it bothers me that this doesn't work the way that it should be. I can't quite visualize why the code seems to be applying the rates twice. Like, what is the baseline here? If we can find the on transition speed, get parish rate. So the parish rate, temperature, get climate. Okay. Temperature cached. Well, where is the temperature being used? There's temperature. So it's being turned into air temp. And then there's a here temp. Math.min. Holy shit, look at this. Math.max, math.min, math.power. It's like, what is this code doing? Oh my god, I can't put together what this does. How it basic lerp. Air temp, cellar temp, soil temp weight. So it's like, okay. Soil temp weight must be depth. Yeah, light importance. So, my god, there's so much going on here. Because what I'm doing in the code here, right? I'm calling the base, but then I'm multiplying it by the parish rate. So this is definitely double applying it. But if I remove this line, for some reason the fridge isn't as good as the regular storage container, which it should be more than twice as effective as just a simple storage container, right? The storage vessel. And because that's just using all base calls, which this would too. So it's like, oh, man. I don't know. Here, melt riders ripen. Protein, vegetable, grain, and fruit. Yeah, this should be working. So this is one of those things that it just bugs me that it just wasn't working. And I had an idea, but then it's after I look at the code again, it's like I don't think that's gonna work. Because this is the event that's called, right? And if I subscribe to that event and add another chain of calculation, it's again going to double apply because this one here calls that parish rate. So it's as I look at it now, it's going to call it twice anyway. So I just don't understand why that why this base default call doesn't work. If I just left it alone and then overrode these, this is what I wanted. This. So maybe this should be 1. Maybe these should be removed. Right? Perishable food category, this is applying the rate, right, to protein, vegetables, grains, and fruits. I do want to ensure that we have ripen, melt, and cure slow down as well, because these are things that a fridge would realistically slow down. So, if then I do this might be where it's applying it twice. So let's just look to see what happens with this. I think my little test setup is still going. I'm still waiting on 1.22 stable. They're taking their time. They must have hit something. They must have hit something bad if it's not stable yet. It's been over a month. Yeah. What is this doing? Entity.pass-through entity. Yeah, let's just continue on, please. I can remove that. Because yeah, I want to get this in the hands of y'all. So now they're the same. 012, 012. 27 days, 27 days. So why are they the same? This one defaults to 0.5. This one defaults to 0.2. So why are these now the same? Where am I at? Close that. We put an F9 here. Okay. So, perishable factor, blah, 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 is 0.2. Properly 0.2. Okay. And then this is parish. Okay. So let's look at the code, the actual code on Git. Where is it? I gotta copy and paste that again. I lost the search. Oh, no, there it is. So parish is going to return a 1. Okay. At least it should. So let me look at my returns here. I get another pop-up or another window that shows me what something returns. So that did return a 1. Okay. And then this is parish, return a 1. That's how it should work. But the problem is that's not the function, right? This is not the function that actually does the calculation. It's done in the damn event. So, like, if I do copy that, go to a different tab somewhere, maybe do a search, inventory on acquired transition speed. There it is. Can I open in a new tab? So this is the base event that's fired. Okay. In world container. So this is a hard, like, if transition type is dry or melt, then it just sets something. Which I don't know why it would do that. If this is not trans typed as parent, then get parish rate. Otherwise, return 1. Or set it to 1. If this is true, then this won't be true, so it'll return 1. So the get parish rate is that's really the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. Is this monster of a function here that's just manipulating, checking and manipulating things. And this does a good job. I don't need to write a new one of these. I just need it to, like, apply properly, and I don't know why it's not. So, on inventory, open client. Update and get transitional states. Transition state. Transition state. This is looking at the object. So, like, the loaf of bread. That's what this is looking at. So that's not relevant. It's that's the collectible. But where does it get? Fresh hours. Updated total hours. Yeah, this parish. There's this. Get temperature. Global okay. Rate times. Get transition speed multiplier. Isn't that what I have in here? Get default. Oh. There's another one. There is another one. Get transition rate multiplier. Yeah, I told you there's multiple vectors into this mechanic that it's very hard to know where to poke, what to do. So here's another version of this. Get transition rate multiplier. This is actually called by the items, I think. If we do an analyze on that. I don't think it's overridden, but it's used by the collectible object itself. Get transition speed multiplier. So if the collectible temperature, items that temperature is greater than 75, rate equals 0, so it would return 0. Oh my God, why she chooses stream time to go litter box mad. Just scrape the side, scrape the wall. It's like her poor little brain can't tell that she's not actually moving any material. In slot.inventory, get transition speed multiplier. Isn't that this one that I did? Get default. No. So, yeah, look at this. We're in get transition rate multiplier, and then, boom, there's another one. Get transition speed multiplier. Oh, man. Why are there so many things in this game that touch this process? It's returning a floating point number. That's all this does, is return a floating point number. What is the transition speed? Right? What is the rate that it spoils? And there's so many, right? What's the difference between the rate and the speed? Does this inventory speed up or slow down? And then there's no help on this. It just is. Get transition rate. Okay, so get transition speed. What does this do? Get default transition speed. There's your multiplier. And then invoke transition speed delegates. On acquire transition speed. Okay, so this is actually what calls the on, this dot invoke on acquire transition speed. for each, and the multiplier multiplies for every delegate that exists, right? So if we override so multiplier times equal. If we override the function, I'm just trying to figure out, okay, let's step outside the box and think of a new approach, right? Because something weird is happening with the calculation. It should not be it's like the version that we have right now, we're getting the same the parish speed. We're getting the same between the fridge and the storage container, which we shouldn't. Not even close. And I have a purring lap goblin who just decided to come on over. So we're going to save and leave. I'm thinking simplify this. At your pad, I'm on it. Discombobulated. There we go. Got to have the lap goblin comfortable, for the 5 minutes she's going to be in my lap. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back here and I'm going to uncomment this out. I'm going to return this. Okay. And then this, I am going to inventory dot okay. And then so parish. I don't know if these are used. Like, where are these used at? Transition speed multiplier. Transition speed multiplier by 10. Yeah, having a purring cat in the lap is a big distraction. Invoke. Hmm. Yeah, setting these two should have worked. But setting the parish rate and then setting the actual rate seems like it's setting it twice. Setting this to 1 though, or allowing this to be 1, makes these not really apply. They basically become the same as the vanilla storage container for some reason. And I don't think I have the storage vessel. I don't have the rates in there. See, there's the 0.02. 34 days. What the fuck? I'm caught between laughing and crying. What the fuck? What is going on with this thing? What is going on? Why did that not crash last time? Point 9.9. 34 days. 2.5 years. Now I think the UI is reporting something off. Because this is saying it's 0.09, and this is saying it's 0.09. Right? So 34 days, this should be 34 days, if they're the same. So the UI is off now. We've gone backwards. Now it's even more overpowered than it was. Like, I don't get it. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. Right? I don't know why, but we're gonna revert it back to disabled, basically. Get it back to where it was. If somebody has insight into this, then by all means let me know, because I don't know why this process has to be so damn complicated. Temperature, depth in the world, sunlight, transition modifier. There you go. Why do we have this web of calculations and function calls and events, all for the how fast something changes into something else? This entire web is way too complex. Like, way too complex. There should be a single function in an inventory. Get transition speed. Right? Pass in the transition type. Pass in whatever. And it should, have the inventory have these, transitional speed and these. But transitionable speed and perishable speed, they should be merged into one thing. Because doing it here and needing a rate, and then doing it here and having a rate, double applies the rate. Right? If you want to edit a transitionable speed, like, I don't understand why this has to be so. We've discovered like 5 different function calls and an event all around this process. And it's ridiculous. It's ludicrous. Why this has to be so complex? It's completely pointless. The inventory itself should manage it. It's almost like this feature was birthed way after, like, inventories and stuff were done, and whoever did it just put so much weird circular logic in it that I honest to God think the base game inventories are busted, because that storage container, which perish speed for grains is set to 0.5, to be 0.09 in the game, that is drastically lower. And I don't know, maybe that crazy complex calculation regarding the math.min, math.max, maybe something in that calculation is causing it to be weirdly exponential. But if that's the case, temperature, I don't know, like, temperatures below freezing, like below, all the temperatures in the game are Celsius. So temperatures below 0, temperatures into the negatives, should drastically increase the ability for it to not perish. So much slower. And this is the thing about doing it like in a cellar underground, is it maintain the temperature sort of is evens. And the other thing I think that I'm possibly running into with the extreme numbers, and this is kind of why I'm bringing it back to normal, is my test world. We're 3 blocks above mantle, so the game might be seeing that as you are so deep underground, you're near you're near the mantle, like, and I think with that, it might be throwing the numbers off a little bit. So I need to, when 1.22 hits, I'm going to roll a normal world for my test world. I'm tired of testing the mod in a super flat, non-realistic world that's near mantle. A lot of the features, especially like the drill derrick, a lot of those features now I need to be able to test in a real world scenario. The other feature that somebody has requested, and I was going to look into the efficacy, is the ability to turn off the creating of muddy, sludgy gravel. Let's do vintage, block types, liquid, crude oil. So right now, these are set. Where did I set? There it is. So when crude oil encounters water, right, it creates sludgy gravel. And they're having a huge problem with. They have some terrain generator issues. They have a couple mods that edit terrain generation. So something is happening with the check, because the geysers should not be possible to appear in water, right? You should not ever have a geyser coming out of water. It should not be possible with the checks that I do. I check the blocks to make sure that they're not water. So if mods come in, like, I don't know how the mods work, how they edited terrain gen, if they, like, what step of the process, because the chunk gets generated, the game should know where all the blocks are, right? But if something comes in after that and then edits the blocks, that's a problem. So I think that what we can do is we can create a little patch that, because these actually make rock, right? If it's hitting lava, it's going to make basalt or obsidian. But sludgy gravel, I thought, when I did this feature, I was like, this is a little cheeky, like, way to make sludgy gravel is use crude oil. But they're having geysers. The screenshot they sent, they had a geyser like in the middle of the ocean, and I'm like, that shouldn't be possible. Like, honest to God, should not be possible for the geyser to appear in the middle of the ocean. So I can create a little config value. Let's get us back here. So we go to common config, and we do public bool oil makes oil water oil water interaction. Enable, disable, crude oil mixing with water, making gravel. Okay. Oil water interaction. And then we go to the mod. I don't do this often, so I gotta kind of remember how I do this. Yeah, like I can show you the code. Like it's literally when it checks crude oil well, right? When it checks to generate the well, it might be in the block. This is all initial. This is after it's placed. So the block is actually the thing that gets called crude oil well. So this is the call on transition or on triplace block for WorldGen. So this is a function. Go away. This is the function that's called when the chunk generates and it says, hey, this random block position triggers. I do a whole bunch of checks. Like there's a huge amount of checks that's done to see, and this is just one of them, right? Water block contains liquid code, and then I actually check get terrain map height at, which gets you the last solid block. Then I go up one from that, right? This is the checking the Y value, right? So I take the topmost block, solid, and then I go one above that, right? And then I get that block, I grab it. So what I can probably do here, because one of the things that I don't know, and this is an interesting, this could be what's causing it. I just now thought of it. Because this is grabbing when a generic get block like this, right? It checks the solid blocks first. There's layers, right? You have a solid block layer and a fluid block layer. And so it checks the solid block layer. If it doesn't find it, then it checks the fluid block layer. What might be happening is, since I did this feature, they've added shit that spawns in the water, right? Like stuff growing in the water. So what might be happening randomly is the well block happens to check where it takes this topmost terrain block, right, which would be like the gravel or sand under the water, and it's grabbing the block above that, which could be like kelp. It could be coral. It's a solid block, but it's in water. So it could be grabbing this and saying, "Hey, this is not zero, right?" And it's not liquid because it's coral. So what I should be doing here is doing this, and I think there is a layer, layer block layer dot liquid. No. Block layer access dot liquid fluid. Yeah. Water check. Block position. Water check. So this one here checks the geyser. This one block facing. Position. Position.x, surface y plus 1, position.z, position.add copy. I'm kind of curious why I did this. Okay, this is checking the northeast southwest face of. So I check the block above, and then I check northeast southwest. I check all of those blocks for liquid, right? And if any of them contains water, the liquid code, because like water could be water still 7, water northeast, -4. Like you have a lot of different codes that contain water, but that's. So yeah, the fact that this is, I was already checking the fluid, like I had already checked it here. So it technically they should not have been running, because if there was water directly above the position, it should fail. So again, I reiterate, I don't know what was going on, but the TerraGen config here, I don't know what this is either. Sea level. TerraGen config.sea level is greater than 40. I wish I would have put more comments in this code. I try to comment the hell out of my code, and sometimes I don't have comments in, and it's like, why did I do this? Okay, so let's go back to the mod. I still want to do the feature here. So with that config value that we set, oil water interaction, what we can do is we need to find where we set that variable. I know we set a variable somewhere. There it is, right here. api.world.config.setBool Vent engineering oil water interaction. Common config.oil water interaction. So it'll be, obviously, when you generate or when you load it for the first time, what it does is it loads all the config variables in, right? And so the config for an old version won't have that. So it'll load all the variables in, and then it saves out the config, it saves it, and basically it loads it back in again, right? And any values that change, it can load those in. But it creates a copy, right? When it writes it out, it's writing out all the variables it loads in, but it also writes out any new variables that I add to the config, right? So every time you load the game, it's rewriting that config, making sure that it's got the most up-to-date copy while maintaining all of your variables. Otherwise, if I didn't do that, it would erase all of your custom custom, config options every time, and that wouldn't work. So now that we have this, right, we're writing this to a config value in the world. And why are we doing that? We're doing that because we can actually pick that up via patches, right? So we can grab a patch here. So we're going to do disable oil water int. Okay. And in here, we grab that variable name and we do this. When that variable name is value false, right? So this will run this patch when oil water interaction is false, which means you want to turn it off, right? Oil water interaction is false. So now we need to map what this actually changes. And what this actually changes is crude oil. So block types liquid crude oil. So block types liquid crude oil. Okay, and then we go zero. Why is that 0? Tries per chunk. Okay, we need to do behaviors of 1 of properties. Behaviors of 1 / properties / source replacement code with a value of nothing. No, fuck you. I could just remove, but I don't want to mess with this. Just don't do any interaction. And then I want to grab this. And then this is going to be flowing replacement code. So this should effectively turn off this and this. I could just flat remove this, I guess. Yeah, let's do that instead. Otherwise, you're going to get a nonstop sizzle sound, right? It's just going to be nonstop. So remove behaviors of 1, which should remove this. Let me just verify that syntax at least is close to what I need. Based on patching. Okay. Replace. What are the ops? Op. I don't need a tutorial at the very top of this. I need an actual, like, what? I need a dump of information. Add merge, add each, move, copy. You're not going to tell me there's a remove? I'm quite sure there's a remove. I'm quite sure. Why? Move operation. Copy. I know that there's a remove. Like, it spawns on the surface. There should be a column of oil going all the way down to mantle. The geyser on the surface should go all the way down. There should be a column of oil going all the way down to mantle. Right? There should be a source block all the way down there. Right? They don't spawn on the surface. The block that spawns them is actually at the bottom of the world. And then it spawns the geyser above. That's how it works. Right? That's how it's supposed to work. That's how it works in the vanilla game. Is it spawns at mantle, right? And then the thing will generate from that. So, you can verify if you can just fly down, go into the geyser and fly straight down from the center of that geyser all the way down, and you should hit a black block that is the crude oil source block. And that crude oil source block, that's what eventually like the pump jack is going to interact with to actually pump more oil out than what's in the thing. So it's simulating that there's a giant, bubble of oil under the ground. So yeah, remove. Okay, so we can test this here fairly easily. So if we run it, Oh my god. So that should have given us a new config option. Oh my god, I have to go here. All the things are open. We go to Vintage Story Data. We go to Config, and we look at Vintage Engineering Common. We now have oil-water interaction. So if we hit that to false, and while we're here, we might want to look at logs. Client, well, server main and debug should really be the only ones we need. So we do crude, and then we minimize that. Go in here, back, and if we put I need some water. And I need some goddamn sunlight. Oh my god, it's always nighttime around here. It's just always nighttime. I don't know if I have any water. It's all crude oil. It's literally all crude oil and lava around here. Okay, I can give myself some water. That's fine. We can test it here as well. So if we just do give block water still 7. Okay. So if we put water down, right? Why did that not do the thing? We haven't reloaded. Did that affect? Was that an instant effect? Couldn't be. There it goes. That was weird. So that's what we're trying to avoid, right? So if we exit, and then reload, it should reload that value and hopefully not throw any errors regarding the JSON patch. I didn't see any. So if we look here, crude and crude does not even appear. Okay. So let me take this water, do this one where I know it worked, and then move it. Why? That should not do that. Literally should have patched that out. And I can't debug a I can't debug a JSON patch. Why is this green? Untracked. Oh, whatever. Block types, liquid crude oil. Block types, middle. Vintage engineering, block types, liquid crude oil. Block types. Yeah, this, it should be removing it. Is this system somehow not working? Slash behaviors is an array. Slash 1 should remove this. Unless these are counted as, well, let's grab some lava for funsies. I happen to know where some lava is. Let's grab some lava here. Wait, I thought, oh, there's oil in there. Oops. Do I have a bucket without oil? Oh, go. This. This is too hot to put my hands in. Really? I actually want it to fall. Oh my god. This game. It's like, yeah, I actually wanted the gravel to fall. Thanks, game. Now you've kind of ruined the test here. Yeah, it's not interacting. Not interacting at all. Which tells me that this is not a zero-based system. It's a one-based system. That's what that tells me. Because there should have been at least some like basalt or obsidian or something generated in this little bit here. Okay, so what we did is we removed the obsidian one, and then that the gravel one, was left. So making that a 2 hopefully fixes that. So let's see if we actually fixed it. Yeah, it's weird going from a language, from programming that's 0-based indexing to 1-based. It's just like your brain just kind of goes round and round and round. Like, all right, where am I? What am I doing? Okay, let's check to see if there are any errors. I need to do something a little bit more generic than patch. Crude. And crude doesn't appear anywhere. Okay. So if we do water. And clear the water. And we do water again. And then we clear the water. What? How is that possible? Game, how is that possible? We've removed Wait, why did this set back to true? We want this to be false. Did I not actually set that? Save and leave. Quit. All right. Let's double check the code isn't doing something weird. Run it again. And it set it to true again. Excuse me. Did I just stumble upon a bug that... Yeah, that set it to true. Why did it set it to true again? How long has this bug existed that I have not been aware of it? This should be false. Okay, let's look at the code. This is... Oh my god. Okay. So this, right? This is the config function. So this thing, try load mod config, loads the config. Temp config equals null. That should not happen. Store mod config, new config. Oh, that's what it is. Right here. Oil water interaction equals old oil water interaction. That's what I missed right there. Okay, let's. So it wasn't a bug with the config, it was just a line of code that I missed. Oh. Yep. There's the error that I was expecting. Yeah, but 2 does not exist. Okay. So I was I was right the first time to have a 1 in there. Okay, let's go back and put a 1 in there It wasn't the actual config was not running. And I closed the goddamn file. I should never do that. Disable water interaction. Unhide fence. There it is. Yeah. This wasn't actually triggering because the config itself was the thing that was being reset every time. So let's just pull this up. So I just want to make sure when we run it again. This is how little, ghosts in the code actually manifest is you forget. I haven't touched the config for the game in many months. So when we remove this should essentially not do anything. Yeah. It's weird. The interactions are weird, but there's no sludgy gravel made. Okay. Well, that little bit is taken out then. That's good. That'll allow somebody to maybe debug that a little more and figure out what or why that's happening. But I showed the code on screen, the exact code that actually runs when it tries to spawn it. Too many things and stuff. GUI mixer. Yeah. LV fridge. I'm tired of the LV fridge. You're just gonna have to deal with an overpowered fridge. I'm tempted to look at how other mods do it just to see like what am I get the sense that I'm missing something extremely simple. Like just something obvious and simple because I'm reading too much into it, or I just have too much experience with the API and how deep the API is, and you're just like, oh man, I'm overthinking it or something. I just get the sense that I'm doing that, or that there is an actual bug and it's double applying those values. That's what it seems to me, is it's double applying them. So the block crude oil well is literally you say can confirm. I don't know what that means. Can confirm that it's down at the mantle? Can you like
that was quite a while ago that he posted that.
Yeah, 20 minutes. So yeah, this here, try-place block for world gen, this is literally checking for water. So if there is a mod that you have that messes with the placement of blocks, especially like what layer fluids go on, right? Because this thing is explicitly looking for the fluid layer. Because when the terrain generates, and it generates fluid, aka lakes, oceans, even lava pools, it generates fluids on the fluid layer. So if there's a mod out there that messes with that does not generate terrain fluid in the fluids layer, then this would fail. And you would get geysers in the middle of the ocean. 100%. But that's a bug with that mod, not mine. Right? I can't fix the edge cases of how people use my mod and fix all the edge cases on how other mods break my mod. Like there's not enough sanity in my brain to be able to do that. There's just not. There are 6,000 mods on the Mod Hub now. Right? And it's like I can't code for all of that. Other mods, if they're actively breaking the game and how the game does things, that's on them. I'm sorry, but they bug whatever team is doing it. If you can narrow it down and figure out which mod is actually doing it, you can test with the geysers itself, depending on the mods that you have loaded, right? You can extract Vintage Engineering in your mods directory, right? It's just a folder. You just give it a Vintage Engineering folder, and you can have extracted mods in your mods folder. And go into the crude oil well block for terrain gen, and just jack the spawn rate up. That's all you need to do, is just jack that spawn rate up. That way you get a lot of them. It's way easier to test. I've done that myself to test it. But if you go to World Gen here, right, deposits, crude oil well. This is the crude oil well block that spawned, right? And so you have 0.01 tries per chunk, right? So this literally translates to, it tries to spawn one of these for every 100 chunks that the game generates. One out of every 100. Okay? And it's only successful depending on where it tries to spawn it, right? Because the Y relative position is the deepest it can get, and if it tries to spawn it over, I think I set it to 12, Y level 12. If it tries to spawn it over Y level 12, it just ignores it anyway. So it has to be within that range, and only then 50% of the time is it successful. So it's like there's a massive, if you have a ton of these on your map, then you've done something with World Gen that causes that, right? You've jacked up like deposit generation beyond like the baseline normal, right? If you go in, because the oil is treated just like iron and copper and all of the ores. The oil is treated the same way. So when you generate a world, if you select the option to massively increase the amount of ores that generate, right, there's a multiplier on that. That also applies to crude oil. Okay, so then you're going to have a lot of crude oil spouts in your world as a result. And coming to me and saying, hey, there's too many oil spouts, it's like, well, you jacked the deposit rate up. Like, you chose to do that. So you're okay with having a glut of iron, but not a bunch of oil? Like, why? You can get rid of, if you don't like the oil spouts above in the land, it takes a little bit of, it takes 2 stacks of dirt, and you can get rid of all that oil on the surface. You just get rid of it, and it's gone, and you never have to look at it again. Or you can use the pump and pump it out. Like, I don't understand. And usually they're so far apart, you're not going to see more than one on your screen at a time anyway. And if you do, that means you jack the generation up. And okay, that's fine. But 1 out of 100 chunks, normal. And then if you're in the desert, that's doubled. 2 out of every 100 chunks. This is tries, right? Tries. So it tries to generate it. And even then, if there's water above it, it should fail. If it's not if the block it tries to spawn is not deep enough, it fails. And that would really matter, because this exponent here, this would matter. This 0.01 depth, right? Y position relative is like, how deep is it? 0 is bottom of the world, and 0.01 is right, is just like 1% above that. So the odds of you getting oil wells are actually higher with world heights at normal than if you did a world height at like 1024, which would be insane. But a 1024 height, that 0.01 variability, right, is more blocks. but my check is absolute. I check to make sure it's below 12. And if it's between 1 and 12, then I'm like, hey, 50% of that time, you're good, right? Well, if the world height is much higher, it's going to try to spawn these blocks. That 0.01 is going to be, there's going to be a lot of times it tries to spawn above 12. And it's just going to flatly ignore those and be like, nope, we're not spawning there. So you would get even fewer when you did a taller world height. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I don't know of many people that actually do the world height thing, because if you try to expand your world height, the size of your save games is just it's unbelievable how big and bloated your save games get, because each chunk, 256 height, each chunk column is 8 megabytes or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but 1024 height, you're looking at 4 times that size. Crazy amount of memory that's taken up. But yeah, the deserts, they do spawn, but you can come in here, right, and just jack these values up if you want to test to see which terrain gen mod is doing it. You just jack these tries per chunk up. Right, and you minimize the amount of mods you have loaded. So you take like your terrain gen mod, you take vintage engineering, you've already edited this value, tries per chunk, to, if you set it to 1, it would be fucking crazy. It would be crazy how many geysers you would get. So I wouldn't recommend 1 to test. That would be a lot of geysers. But you could definitely test it out and see if it's happening with just vintage engineering and a terrain generator mod. Create a new world with the tries per chunk up and run around the waters and see what happens. And if it doesn't, then it's not that mod. Right? So you delete the world. You change the terrain gen mod to the other terrain gen mod. You get rid of the first one. Now you have the other terrain gen mod and vintage engineering. You generate a new world with the same tries per chunk, and you run around that world. And you can even use the same seed, right? If you use the same seed than the other world, the terrain is all going to be basically the same. All the foliage and stuff will be different. All the trees and stuff, those generate kind of irrespective of the seed. They will generate in their own little way. So those will all be unique, but the terrain itself should be pretty much the same. But you've got a different terrain gen mod, so I don't know what happens when you do that, what the terrain generation change is. But narrowing it down like that, instead of giving like a report that's like, here, something as weird is happening, and these are the 70 mods I have loaded. I can't test that. So if you can narrow it down and you figure it out, like, then we can work on that. But for now, you can disable the water interaction with oil at the very least. So there's that. So this you can now basically remove from your world. So, I'm pretty sure that was, I think somebody posted that on GitHub. Yep. So we can. This is one of the reasons why I like when people post stuff on the issues tab. I don't like there to be bugs, but I like, if there's bugs, post them on the issues tab, because I can come in here and actually like officially fix the issue, right? So we're going to do this. Where is it? We're going to do this. Config. And this. And we're going to do add ability to turn off crude. Why? Jesus Christ. Crude oil water interactions. Fixes number 75. See, I can just automatically set that in the commit, and apply, and boom. Once I push it, it's actually going to mark in the issues tab. It's going to mark that as basically fixed, right? The current repo, like the current release version, doesn't have that change. I haven't integrated it. I haven't done any merges, but it's fixed, right? So the branch that I'm on here, which is the pipe redo branch, that branch has that fix. So whenever I integrate that fix, then it'll close all of these, all the issues that I've addressed, will be closed. And I think I closed that. I closed that. I closed that. Yep. This one, attempting to disable creosote oven, disassemble creosote will crash the game. This person posted trying to break someone, attach the video included. Oh, he actually responded. When did he respond to this? 3 days ago. Trying to break the multi-block structure. Should we dare? Let's see. Let's see. Oh my God, Windows, I really hate. Stop! Oh my God. Okay. Why is he using his hands? So he's using his hands to break the block. That's good information. Why? Let's open this back up again. See what happens. Why would using your hands? So the negation, unary negation, that I fixed. Like universally fixed. Because I no longer return null with the get offset. Which kind of broke a couple other things that I had to figure out a fix for. But we can test that. Breaking it with your hands. So let's try to test that. I mean, it should make a difference. Honest to God, it should make a difference. Do I have the creosote oven built? I do. I have a couple of them over here. That's literally okay. So I'm guessing that well, I mean it worked. Such an ugly block, I know. But it was the first. It was the first multi-block. If you want pretty multi-blocks, we can go over here. These are the pretty ones over here. We got the pump jack. Let's actually test it with this too. So there's the pump jack. By the way, you can't place connectors on an unformed multi-block anymore. Form it. Now you can place it. And if you break it with it on there, it pops it. Because when you break it, like that connector is a pass through to the core, and if you mess with that process at all, it could lose that connection. Because technically, the core right now is not really accepting power, right? It's incomplete. It's not built. So you shouldn't be able to feed it with power anyway. So when you form the thing, then you can actually work with it. Same with these. So this is the drill derrick. This is the recipe to build the drill derrick. And if you want to just... Oh, I don't have... There it is. Put this in here, and then this was a... We're seeing basically purple. Which... Pink? That's not pink. Did I do a goof? Pink. I know I know that there's a light engineering block that goes there. So this should not be pink. Why does that look pink? That's definitely not pink. Well, there's a delay. Yes, it's not perfect, but the number of blocks that is processing to that's, you know, I don't know how many blocks. There's a lot of blocks that it's processing to actually swap to make this thing. Which is also why if it transitions into an animated version, it does the same thing. It like flashes, just because of how when a block is like this and then it switches to animated, it literally swaps the whole thing. Like temporarily swaps it with a version that's like an entity that's then animated. So then when it stops animating, it swaps it back to the block, and it's just annoying. It's so annoying. But it works. So if it's animating and you're running it and it's just going full blast, then it's not going to flash back and forth. But if you have it like running and then stopping and then running and then stopping and then running and then stopping, it's probably going to flicker. And I would love to know if there's a solution to that, but I don't know of one. Okay, and it's nighttime again, because of course it's nighttime again. We really, really, really need a debug option to make it always day. Just always day. Let time pass, right? Disconnect the sky from time passing. So time can pass normally, but the sun is just in the sky. That's all I'm asking. Little features to debug stuff would be very, very handy. So the other thing I want to fix, the Derek still has some phantom null faces, and I get just absolutely spammed in the error logs when it comes to the null faces. So we need to address that, and then maybe get the distiller at least into the game. The distillation tower. Now that we have the pipes reworked, the pipe rework is done, basically. What do we have here? Fridge. What is this? On neighbor. Okay. This is all the connector stuff that I had to do. Yeah, let's do. Okay, so yeah, what I had to do is some pretty base stuff. I had to touch some classes that I haven't touched in a long time to get that connector to behave that way. One of those is the base electric block. That is basically the base block of all of my blocks, like all of my machines and stuff. So right now this thing detects if it's a connector and passes, if it is a connector, passes that event on neighbor block change, passes that event to the block entity, right? And then the actual change here is on neighbor block change. This thing validates, is the thing we're sitting on, right? Is the block that we're sitting on, because it could be the side, it could be underneath, it doesn't really matter, but if the block we're on, is that a dummy block, right? If it is not a dummy block, underblock is not dummy, then break it. Self-destruct, basically. Break myself, right? I pass that break block event into the thing. And then I had to touch another class that I haven't touched in even longer, which was the electric network system. Because if it's a pass-through entity, I had to do a lot of null checks, a lot of sanity checks in here. And I had to do a lot of things to get that to work, because what's inevitably happening, I'm already seeing comments of people who are wiring their multi-block, right? They're building and forming their multi-block. They're putting the connector on. They're wiring the connector up. Everything is good, right? It's all good. Everything works. But then they break the multi-block for whatever reason. And then they reform it. And suddenly they're like, it's not getting power anymore. Well, you broke the multi-block. You put a connector on it. The connector was passing through power just like it should be. And then you broke the thing, right? Especially if you break the multi-block and then break the core, now you've really messed it up. Now it's the connector would stay there, but now it's not passing through to anything. And so it's like this ethereal thing. So I just decided if you unform the multi-block, if you break the multi-block, that connector is going to pop. And I had to go in here to make sure that the whole chain of command got updated, because the wired block, right, that block that it's sitting on, right, has a wire connection. And so I have to ensure that wire connection is broken. Because when you stretch a wire to it, that wire is kind of an ethereal state. So there was definitely some major work on that. So I can essentially just commit all of this. When a multi-block is broken, pop any MB power connectors. I mean, it's one line. It's like one line on a change log, and there's 8 different files that had to change. Right? This is why, like, when you look at a change log of a patch for a game, and you just see lines. Any one of those lines could be a 10-minute fix or a 2-month fix, right? And it's the same amount of it's a line on a change log. To the frustration of all game developers, I'm sure. But yeah, that is essentially done there. So we need to go in to the shape. Doink, doink. And I can't remember which one is it this one? I don't remember which one is the newest one anymore. Okay, let's open Derek. Okay, so in here I've got some null faces somewhere in here. So we just kind of have to go through, right? And just kind of I'm just kind of watching out of the corner of my eye any faces that are not set or textured. Oh, Lord. I think these are all copies. Yeah, these are all copies, so those should be good. There's some. North, disable, south, disable. South, disable. North, disable. Okay. Ooh, catwalks are going to be okay. Here. I think these are all basically copies. I'm pretty sure I made sure the skirts were all set right before I copied and pasted them. I'm pretty sure I did. Ladder, I'm fairly certain I did this as well before I copied and pasted it. Horizontal strut. Okay. Then the base plates. The down, I could actually... Yeah, I could clear the down face. Clear enabled. Rivets. Please, God, tell me I did the down. Okay, good. Thank God. Down. Clear enabled. Base plate east. Down. Clear enabled. Cleaning up the faces is a good idea. Anybody out there? Down. Clear enabled. Because it's fewer things that the renderer is trying to render. Yeah, that's good. That should be all the faces there cleaned up. And ready. Okay. Let's open the distillation base. So this... Okay. So I'm the way that I'm doing my distillation tower is slightly different than what people might be used to. It's definitely a different from how immersive engineering does it. But that's okay. So the way that I'm doing it, because multi-blocks tend not to have interfaces, right? They tend not to have GUIs. You kind of just you build it to what you need it to do, and then that's how you define what it needs to do, is the inputs and stuff like that. So basically what this is it's a base, right? We have a 5-tall base with an output, and then there will be extensions, right? Each extension is its own multi-block, and that defines how many things you get out of the actual block, because each extension will then have its own output, right? Its own fluid output. And so you can have then a recipe set that's not based on like just a number of inputs. Like you have, these inputs and these fluid inputs or whatever, and then you set recipes that way, or kind of a recipe in the grid. It is, you have an input item or an input fluid, right? And then the number of extensions. You have the base, which is your baseline, that's your most basic, right? And then number of extensions. And the number of extensions is essentially like on how to tweak the recipe. And it'll be a customized recipe with custom attributes. But it'll define, extensions equals 0 will be crude oil in, right? And then something out with a horrible ratio, like very bad ratio. You don't want to use it more than you have to, right? But there's also an item out as well. And it doesn't look like I didn't connect the items. I didn't connect the item out pipe, or I didn't even make an item out pipe, I guess. Do I want to do that? I'm not going to worry about it right now. I didn't put the plating on. But a lot of stuff I didn't do with this one. But of course, this is just kind of in my head, kind of how I wanted it to work. But you have, like crude oil comes in, right? Your input, crude oil comes in, power comes in, lots of power, and power can change depending on the recipe as well, right? Depending on the number of distillation, like you can change power. Because heat would have to go up and stuff like that, so you can do that with whatever you want. But let's say you have enough material to make the base and one extension, right? Because these are going to be expensive, like, especially in steel and stuff like these. The reason why you build the LV tier is so you can get into this tier, and you get into this tier because of the MV generators that are coming, right? Big diesel generators that are going to be able to make MV power. Like crazy amounts of it. And so this system is the baseline of it. And so the very first part of this will be crude oil in, and maybe you get, let's say 1,000 liters of crude oil gets you, I don't know, 10 liters of fuel, right? Diesel. And then the rest of it is basically just waste. And you get like bitumen back. That's the waste material. You get a bitumen back from that. But you have 1,000 liters, right, of oil going in, and whatever ratio that is. I could even make it 100 liters. Well, yeah. If it's in portions, I don't know. I don't know what the ratio is. I'm open to feedback on what that would be. But yeah, basically. With no extensions, you're going to get a horrible ratio, and then as you add extensions, you're not only going to get more products, but you're going to use more of that volume of fluid, right? So you could even fractionalize it, right? So a liter is technically 100 portions of crude oil. And then all of the outputs of these are also going to need their own fluids. And so those portions, so 100 portions, which is a liter, 100 portions of crude could equal 1 portion of diesel plus a bitumen, which then could be burned in an LV generator, but it's incredibly wasteful. And then I can calculate like just how much power that gives you, and then figure out like what the power cost of that recipe would be. But that comes after everything is done. The recipes are the last thing I do for anything. Okay, so let's kind of go through this multi-block. I didn't put the thing around it. I don't know. It takes so long to do that stuff. So I think all of these are good. Oh yeah, we actually have to put the sheet metal in too. That's a block that doesn't exist yet. Power top, power bottom, frame. This is a frame going around. There's a wire. Pretty sure I did all of these already. I'm just making sure there's not any null faces. And then ladder, platform support. Those are all good. I'm pretty sure I copied and pasted all of these. Okay, that's good to go. We need to do the sheet metal here. And then the extensions are just simple 3-block with an output, right? And so we're going to be able to build the base. And I'm in my head, I'm thinking the base and up to 6 extensions, which will go. You're going to go high with those. You're going to go way up there. So the block is going to be 6 times 3 is 18 plus 5. You're going to be able to go 23 blocks. This thing will be 23 blocks tall at maximum height. But the distillation tower, it's distillation. So technically speaking, it would be trivial once these systems are in place to add recipes to distill alcohol. That's what everybody keeps asking me to do, is like distilling alcohol. And you could do it on a major scale with this kind of system. And then you could get, if you really wanted to, you could go beyond the base, and as you're distilling alcohol, you could get like lighter and lighter and lighter versions of alcohol, depending on how many extensions you have installed. But hello, Robert. How's it going? Haven't talked to you in a while. Hope you're doing okay, dude. It's been about a month or so, give or take. Okay, so yeah, this is the distillation. This is the distillation extension, and you'll be able to build up to 6 of these, as I said. So anyway, we need to get blocks, multi-block component. We need to add iron. Well, how about we introduce a new block? And just call it sheet metal. VE sheet metal. Been busy. Yeah, I'm assuming you've been busy. You disappeared. I wish I was busy making money. That would have been nice. Okay, so we have iron, steel. Does sheet metal come in any other forms? Is there like titanium? We could add like temporal steel sheet metal. That'd be wicked crazy. Okay, so shape by type. Why is there a shape in here? These are just normal blocks. What would we use temporal steel sheet metal for? So we do, instead of shape by type, I can't remember how to do just generic blocks, believe it or not. Assets, survival, block types. Just normal blocks, please. Just like normal. shape. Cube. And then remove this. Texture or textures? Textures. Textures by type. So this is star dash iron colon bracket base quotes space comma copy paste steel temporal steel. Okay, remove that. Recipe speeds increase. That would be near impossible to do. It would be possible, but the multi-block recipe is the multi-block recipe. Adding variety to that would be a fucking nightmare. It would be such a nightmare to try to do that. Right? If the recipe for the multi-block requires steel sheet metal, it requires steel sheet metal. I don't have any infrastructure to support a variety of different building materials, nor do I have an infrastructure to detect if those resources were used. So it's like just that one feature would be 20 hours, 30 hours of work. Just that one feature. So it's like, and it wouldn't make that big of a difference, right? It wouldn't make that big of a difference. You have plenty of oil. There's no reason to save oil. You're going to be able to find plenty of it. Temporal steel is going to be used. What my plan to use temporal steel is going to be essentially mimicking the Ender Storage mod, right? Where the Ender Storage mod allows you to have basically like chests and tanks that are linked with a single inventory, right? That's going to be where temporal steel is going to be. Is you're going to be able to have a pump jack way off on the map somewhere, going into a temporal steel tank that's configured for a frequency, right? And then you'll have at the base, you'll have another temporal steel tank configured to that exact same frequency, right? And then those two will have the same inventory, basically. That's going to require an entire new mod system that manages all of that, right? Because there's no way the base game supports that shit. So I have to have a management system where it's tracking all the inventories. It's actually got the central inventory in it. So it's going to be a huge amount of code for that feature, but I think it's going to be very much needed. So yeah, that's the plan for temporal steel. And of course, we'll be able to use it in a variety of things. It's going to be an advanced material, and it's going to be a finite material. You're only going to be able to craft it during a temporal storm in a special machine that itself is going to be it's going to be an MV machine. Once I get the oil set up, so I've got one more multi-block to do for oil. I've got the distillation tower. I got to get all that plugged in and logified. Then I got to do the diesel generator, right? Instead of being a diesel generator, I might call it like fuel generator or something, because you'll be able to generate power via any types of fuel, many different types of fuel. And so that will be part of that system. But
yeah, the fuel generator will be the after the distillation tower, because you'll finally be able to do that. And you'll be able to actually generate power, and you'll be able to use crude oil, but it's going to be very, very bad thing to burn directly is crude oil. You'll be able to do it, but you're going to want to refine it into diesel, which gives you even crazier amounts. And then if you want, you could refine as the distillation goes up, you can get like kerosene, which essentially is jet fuel. You can imagine how good that shit would be. I can even do like what would be funny is doing like a crazy jet turbine power generator as an homage to Fortress Craft Evolved. Do a jet turbine multi-block that is an homage to Fortress Craft Evolved's jet turbine generators. I just have to get like DJ's permission to use the sound effect. Can I use the sound effect of the jet turbine, powered up? Because, yeah, I'd love that. But yeah, have like a jet turbine generator, and that would require straight up kerosene, right? You're gonna have to pump kerosene into that thing. Okay, let's see. What am I doing? Textures, base, also base. Okay. We need the sheet metal, then the actual textures for this is textures block. Is it in multi-blocks? Yeah. We want block. So we have Vintage Engineering, blocks, multi-block, block, and then multi-blocks, block, multi-blocks, sheet metal _ iron. Steel. And we can let's load sheet metal, steel. Do. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, now we want to look at textures, temporal steel. So we have this greenish, bluish sort of color. So let's grab a dropper of that. And a dropper of that. Go over here. Right. And then maybe do a line. I want to have this be 2 pixels. Layers. Let's take us off of indexed. Give me another layer here. Why did it? I moved it to normal RGB and it changed all my settings. Okay, so we're gonna do one there, one there, one there, one there. Okay, and then we are going to lock transparency of that. And then we're going to take a gradient tool. Fill gradient. And we're just going to make a gradient. Let's do a circular gradient. go like to the edge. Is that... I need a little bit more blue. There we go. And then we want to re-add so let's make this a little bit more transparent so I can see through it. V. Then do like 5. And we want to come in here and we want to erase, not with a 51, the rivets. Right? Get the rivets out, but keep that there. Then we can lock the transparency again. Maybe make this a little bit brighter and richer so it stands out more, as well as this one. Let's make that stand out a little bit more. And then do the gradient again. Right. Just to sort of make it kind of match with the temporal steel vibe, I guess. And then we are going to save a copy. Right? And then PNG, we don't need transparency. Let's save. This is going to be sheet metal temp steel. And then we want to close this one because this one's still a steel sheet metal. Should we save? Let's save. Save the source. We're going to go back to Vintage Engineering, Design Documents, Sheet Metal, Temp, Steel, PSD. Okay. So that's kind of that in here. We didn't really capture the brightness of that green. I don't know why. Should have. What? Oh, you know what I did? That's why. That's why it was dark. So let's save that. Let's save that as again. That's better. I was like, why did that not like do the thing? All right, so that's better. Sheet metal, steel temp steel. Replace. Okay, now we can close it. And go back up to multi-blocks. And there it is. Temp steel. Iron, steel, temporal steel. Now, we just go here, paste, and do temp. All right. Now, iron, steel, temporal steel. And again, you know, modders could come in here and add a whole bunch of variants. They could add all their own textures. They could do all sorts of things and stuff. Side solid, side opaque, those are all good. Shape is a cube. VE sheet metal. Now we can go into. Why did I close? Why did I close? I know better than that. It's such a knee-jerk reaction when I do it. It's just like, just closing windows is. I just do it. I don't even think about it. This doesn't even cross my mind. I was like, no, I need that directory open. We need to go into the English. I should really just delete this Russian one. This is so like look at the difference between the sizes. I need someone to redo the translation. I think. I don't really want to resort. I don't want to send this to because there are AI out there that I could submit this file and it would just auto convert everything to whatever language I wanted. Right? Those services exist. I haven't used them, right? Because I want people to kind of feel that they have a little contribution. And so if you know a different language and you're fluent in Portuguese, you can go through this file and you just use these things and you just translate. You just go through and you just translate everything and you submit it as a pull request and boom, you've got a contribution. And the game just uses it if a player has that language on their game, it just pulls from the proper language file. You just have to look up, en.json. En is English, obviously, and so RU would be the Russian one. You just have to look up what the language code is of whatever you're using. So we have to go to, let's see. I mean, it's essentially a decor, but kind of maybe. Let's do Vent Engineering Block Sheet Metal dash Iron. Okay, and then we do Paste Block DESC. There and there. Steel. Temp steel. Temp steel. And sheet metal iron. Oh my god. Sheet metal. My brain, I even said sheet metal and I typed steel. Oh, because I'm thinking of the next one, right? I'm thinking of this one, sheet metal steel. My brain had already moved on to the next one, and so I'm just like, my fingers kind of do their own thing. Sheet metal temporal steel. And I think the description for these should probably be the same. So we can put a star there. Well, let's keep them. Sheet metal is a tough building block. Tough building block, useful in multi-blocks. Steel sheet metal is a very tough building block. Used in high-tier
multi-blocks. Temporal steel sheet metal is a mysterious that require further experimentation. Is that how you spell that? Experiment. Is it ER? I don't think so. No, I think it is. Why am I having such? All right. Yep, I actually had spelled that right. Okay. Temporal steel sheet metal has mysterious properties that require further experimentation and study. Okay. That should basically... Wow, there's a typo. A strutty and secure climbing to show. Ah, man. Okay, temporal steel sheet metal is a very tough building block used in high-tier multi-blocks. Iron sheet metal is a tough building block useful in multi-blocks. Used in multi-blocks. Now, resistance... What is resistance? I mean, if clay has resistance 4, we should really up the resistance. Let's see what possibly like tougher blocks, what resistance are of tougher blocks. Let's do metal. Is metal. Metal block. Resistance is 2. Why is the resistance of clay higher than a metal block? Is there, let's see, plate, pile, plank. Is there a thing that is like super hard to break in the game? I can't. Coke oven door, maybe. Resistance 2.5. Okay. Shoot anvil. Resistance is 2. So why is the resistance of clay 4? No, that's blast resistance. Resistance. How long it takes to break this block in seconds. So it takes twice as long to break clay as it does a metal
block. Can someone explain that to me? That's a weird thing. Why it takes so long to break clay? It's clay. Like, resistance of clay should be 1 at best, and metal blocks should be like 3. An anvil is freaking 2. Really? Okay. I'm not gonna question it. Draw type cube. I doubt we need a shape definition if draw type is cube, but I'll keep it. I'll keep shape equals cube because I changed the texture, so I'm hoping that this does it. But I wonder if cube differentiates between base and top and bottom, because it'd be nice to be able to do that. Let's look at soil. Grass. Soil. Open. Fertility and grass coverage. Texture. Blocked soil fertility. I'm pretty sure like grass has different textures on the side, top and bottom. Horizontal. Textures inventory. Weird. Down. I don't know. I'm not familiar with textures inventory. It seems like that would be the texture that it uses in your inventory. That's what makes sense there. So horizontals up. Interesting. All. Block soil fert. Block soil fert. So this is down is using the same. So if we look at textures, block, soil, fert, fert low. Yeah, these are all the different ferts. Low, high, medium, compost, very low, red clay, sludgy gravel. Okay, so where is the up? Block plant grass coverage inventory. Special second texture. Ooh, here's block plant grass coverage, grass coverage. Block plant grass coverage. Normal. Top. There is. Okay. So the texture itself, none. Okay, so It looks like this is a shadow. So this is the inventory. Normal, very sparse, or top sparse, top very sparse. Sparse, very sparse. So it looks like that there is a tinting effect that's going on here. Attributes. There must be some serious like custom code in the class that's tinting this. Right, because this takes the texture, this takes the greenness of I don't know what it would do. I don't think there's anything defined in here. A lot of this stuff is just so undocumented that you just kind of like, well, it does something somewhere, and I could run down a rabbit hole of 2 hours trying to figure out how the hell this works, or just not care and move on. So I'm going to move on. The sheet metal on the top is going to be the sheet metal on the top, and you're just going to have to deal with it. It's going to be whatever. And the sheet metal is not one of those blocks. It's going to be orientatable. Like I don't think I want to nitpick that right now. Anyway. We have block, sheet metal, iron, sheet metal, steel, temporal steel. Okay. Soil, close that. Just close everything before I accidentally change something. And well, now that we have the sheet metal in, we'll be able to, define a multi-block recipe for the distillation tower, which we need to add. So we go in here, vintage engineering, multi-blocks. Basically, let's just copy the Derek, and we're going to make this VEMB distillation base. VEMB distillation base. Entity class none. This I'm not going to mess with this right now. Although I should. What I should do is actually do this. Where is 000? Distillation, there it is. VEMB Derek 7. There it is. So here's the 7, right? 000. So we can take all of these out. Right? And take all of these out. Change this to a 1. Change this to a 1. Take all of these out. Take all of those out. And then change this. No, I don't want to select the whole word. Come on now. Do that. Okay, and then we don't need any of these right now. Attachable. Take that out. Block mapping. We can take that out. And we can take all of these out. You can see all the custom things that I put in here for like the attributes, the attachable, the block mapping, block highlight colors. Those are all tags that I introduced. And this will be 57. Okay, variant groups, incomplete and built. Electric, entity behaviors, max power. We're going to make this 16 and 4. Well, this will be 2, but then we're going to need some programmatic, shenanigans in here. I think. And I'm gonna have to figure out how exactly we're gonna be able to do that. Because remember, the power is defined in a behavior, and it's run in a behavior. And so this, there's no way to change it, right? It's run in a behavior. The behavior is not the block entity. So the block entity can detect like how many distillation extensions it has, but changing the power, not really something I can do in the entity, because the behavior is the thing that takes it. But I should be able to access the behavior programmatically when it's formed and when it's built. So it verifies how many extensions it has. I should be able to then push data. I might have to add some function to do that, to be able to push a new power per second value, because I doubt if I go to the actual behavior here. Power per second. So you can see there's no set in this, right? There's no set. And the value itself is pulling from the properties of the thing every time. Right? So anytime I'm indexing into this, it's actually pulling it's not caching this value, in other words. So I'm gonna have to, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I think in my I'm gonna take a page out of the Europa Universalis, their game engine, and how they define their games, and have modifiers. So in my game loop, like the sim tick in the block entity, I'll be able to, because that is the thing that validates that I have enough power. Do I have enough power? Right? So that'll be the thing that'll have modifiers and be like, all right, the number of extensions is a multiplier onto the, some modifier onto the current power. If we have that power, right, I'll have a number, right? I'll have a number of what actually the power is going to need. And I do have a function I do have a function called rated power. I could add something to that looks at the block entity, maybe, to say, hey, is there a modifier? I don't know. I had an idea as well after I've overhauled the pipes and streamlined the pipe system and basically excised the network and stuff from that. So there's no longer no longer used. I had an idea with the electric system, right? I had an idea of how to approach that in a different way than what I am right now, because right now it's a mess. It's an absolute mess of tracking and managing block entities, right? I'm literally like I have a list of block entities. And it works. Like, don't get me wrong, it works, and I've debugged it and fixed bugs, and it's solid, but I don't like it. Right? I'm running into, as I am adding these multi-blocks, I'm running into like quirks. I'm running into things, little edge cases of it's a lot harder to solve with the system I have. And so I was thinking, like, right now the electric process is delivered via this behavior, right? Electric BE behavior. And this is inherent. This is where the electrical block entity comes from. This is where all that's coming from. And so I was thinking about it, and I was like, all right, how else could you approach this problem, right? Because I kind of modeled it off of how Minecraft does it, right? Minecraft, the base APIs like NeoForge or Forge or whatever, they have an interface that everybody needs power uses. And if you implement this interface, right, you have you now have unlocked the ability to interact with anything that looks at the interface. So this works, and Blue Lightning did a great job migrating the process to the behavior. But I've run into weird little edge cases where there's quirks, just like I'm doing now. Like the thing I want to do is modify during runtime the max power per second rating based on the number of extensions that I have, right? So while you're playing, adding another extension is going to increase the amount of power per second the machine draws, which makes sense. But the way the system is built doesn't allow for that. Flatly. It does not allow for that. I did not think that I would need to change the power per second rating of a machine, and dynamically. The thought didn't even cross my mind that I would need to ever do that. So it doesn't account for that. So that got me thinking, like, how else I would approach this whole process. And one thing I thought of was the event system in delegates, right? Is you essentially have a delegate that the electric network allows. So the electric network has a delegate for receive power and create power or extract power, right? You have rated power, but you have extract power, you have receive power. These are the two main interface. These are the two main ways machines interact with power. And a delegate is basically, it's a list of functions, right? And so you have a delegate. Let's say you have a delegate that is extract power. And the system can just iterate through that list. The list could have one thing in there. The list could have 50 things in there, right? It's a dynamic amount of things that are in that list. But the network, when it's processing the tick to deliver power, right, to rearrange power, right now, it's pulling all of those block entities, and it's interacting with the behavior in that block entity. So this behavior is what is interacting with. And so I thought, why not add a delegate where this function call itself is added to a call list, right? It's just a list of functions. So all of the extract power on a network, right? All of the basic power producers like LV generators, right? All of those extract powers would all be subscribed to the main delegate of the network. So the network would provide like extract power or on extract power. And then I would, in the behavior, I would subscribe to that event and become part of that list. And it would just invoke all of the functions. I'd have to like prototype something, but I just thought like instead of having a list of all of the nodes of a network, right? All of these block positions that you're ticking. Why not just have that block subscribe to a call that directly interfaces with its power, and you're not having to do any of the crazy shenanigans with pulling a block, validating a block, doing all of that. All you're doing is subscribing and unsubscribing yourself to the list of things. So right now, the electric network process is really messy, right? Add node, remove node, all of these things in a network. So right now, like add node, right? This iElectric network here is this. It's managing all of the nodes. It's maintaining a separate list of producers, consumers, storage, and relay nodes. And then it's like there's this huge amount of infrastructure here trying to manage these. And rather than manage a literal list of nodes, right? Just take the node and add, like if it's a consumer node, all I need, instead of adding the block entity to another list, which doubles it up in memory, or at least gives you a reference to the block entity, and then hope to God it's not unloaded. Instead of adding the node to the list like this, you would just add the consumer node, right? It's already an electrical entity type. You just add consumer node. So you take, and I'm just doing pseudocode here. This is not actual code. You would just say, because this is already the network, you would say this dot on consumer tick plus equals consumer nodes dot receive consumer nodes dot power. Why am I consumer nodes? It would be entity dot consume or receive. Yeah. Receive power. Right? So again, this is not, it's erring because these things don't actually exist. So rather than add the damn node to a list and have to iterate a list, I add it to this delegate here plus equals this dot receive power from this entity, and it's automatically mapping that, right? And then in my tick event for the network, it's just iterating through the list, right? This list here. This would essentially be a list, and it's just iterating through that list and calling that function. Right? It's just calling that function as if it's done. And then if the entity unloads itself, right, on block unload or whatever, we inform the network and then remove that call, right, from the list. Okay. So that was an idea I had to streamline the electric network, which I mean, I'm seriously considering, because it would be so much better. Granted, the whole priority system would have to be thought. I don't know if you can sort an invocation list like you can normal list like this. I don't know. I don't know how that works, so I'd have to investigate that. But I was just discussing an idea I had of how to do it, because then the call to actually run that, the invocation of that, then I could add a bunch of interactions with like the block entity and stuff like that to pull more recent, more up to date data. Because I could create an event that was like on get power per second, right? On get PPS, and then I could have my new machine, the distillation tower, subscribe to that event, right? And then say, hey, if this event is called on get max power per second, I'm going to subscribe to that, and then I'm going to override that value, and I'm going to inject a new value into that. And then I would be able to basically do that with any variable. But the max power per second is definitely one of those that I'm going to need to be able to tweak going forward. So, I redid the pipe system. I'm already thinking about how to approach a rebuild of the electric system to make it better. Okay, so we've gone over that. The mixer, I've messed with the mixer quite a bit to streamline this. This should work with buckets properly now. And crude oil well is what it is. Yeah, it's funny. So let's just check all and just add sheet metal block. Updated version. Yeah. Fine. We can restart. I don't know what the new version was, but boy, that was fast. All right, let's go here. VEMB distillation base. I need to open English. Okay. Now group by, let's copy this. Paste. Go to shapes, block, multi-block, machine, distillation base. Built north would be distillation base. And then this would be distillation base core. So we want to copy the Derrick core, do Distillation base core. Okay. And then this we need. Do I have a texture? Did I find a texture for this? We have a pump jack. Derrick. Um. Let's see. One that doesn't look like a giant penis, I would appreciate. I mean, here are the options. Oh my god, come on, Windows. Can you please not suck so much? Just please. So so I just did distillation tower icon, and yeah, how are we gonna do this that doesn't look like a ribbed penis? Do 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 do. So let's open. I think we had the worn. This is the worn steel base. Textures, multi-blocks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the worn steel. So we want to go worn steel or worn steel plate. It might be the worn steel plate. Does it have rivets? It does have rivets. So yeah, worn steel plate. Open with Photoshop. It loads on the wrong monitor. I don't know why. God, it's so weird. Okay, so icon. Oh, that's bright. I need something really damn easy. Like really, really, really simple. It's not simple. I don't know what this is all about. I mean, it's okay. It's not phenomenal. It's the least phallic looking of all of them, I think. We're going to save a copy. PNG. Multi-blocks. Derek icon. We change to distillation. Nation base icon. Well, yeah, distillation base. And then we take copy of this and that. And then let's do this. Just kind of oh my god. Why is that not? I need that to be really dark. Okay, then coming in here, distillation base, distillation extension. The base shows the whole thing. I wanted to make sure people knew that, like, this was the start, that you needed this, but the extensions, right, are the extensions. So if you want, like, the base, I could cut it off. Right, I could make it so it's just this bottom part, but it's not as unique looking with just this little bit of dark pixels here versus the extension, which doesn't have those. So it's not unique enough to really drive the point home, and I needed it to be at least at a glance, and then we have a little plus sign on this one. So, it is what it is. So we go back to shapes, multi-block, machine, distillation base core, distillation extension, distillation extension core. I think this will just rename EXT. Distillation extension core. And then we want to close this so I'm not blinded anymore. All right. Let's open the shapes. Too many windows open. Right. Open. Distillation base core. Face. Cube. North. Image. Import. Block. Multi-blocks. Distillation base icon. Apply. Copy. Paste. File. Or delete unused textures, which should have gotten rid of it. And save. Open. Distillation extension. Cube. North. Image. Import. Distillation extension. Apply. Copy. Paste. Delete unused textures. Save. Okay. Now, why am I... Oh my god, I did not... Why did it refresh my window? Okay, whatever. I don't understand. What happened to my background? Windows? I just can't. Like, some company out there really needs to make a version, a Windows, an OS that supports all of the same shit, right? That I don't have to get a custom version of Steam and all this other bullshit. Just something that works that isn't Windows. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of Microsoft. I'm so tired. And Linux is not there yet. It's just not. I don't want a command line. I just don't. Those days, I dealt with that in the 90s. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I don't want to have to go through config files to config every little thing. I was like, no. I just want an OS that doesn't do shit and doesn't add a whole bunch of overhead tracking your data and just does nefarious shit to your computer all the time. Like what causes the background of Windows just to disappear? What is this? Just give me a OS that can run Steam, run all my drivers, run all my apps, run everything efficiently, and not have any of the BS that Windows has in it. I'm so tired of it. Especially all the AI shit that you can do now. It's a nightmare. Like VS Code, like literally adds like autopilot integrated with it. VS Code, because of course VS Code is managed by Microsoft. It's an open source project, blah 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 blah, but in the end, it's a Microsoft product. They've got their thumb on the scales. Okay. Rant over. Or is it? Shape inventory, right. We have distillation base core. Distillation base. Creative inventory. There it is. Distillation base. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. We're going to save. And then we're going to go. Nope, that's base game. I'm gonna close it. I'm tired of having the things out of order. So we go to block types. We're gonna do MV distillation base. We're gonna copy and paste and do extension. Open that up. We are going to open that and replace with extension. Find replace not replace replace I just want these replaced. Yep. No. Okay, that's it. So now we should have the distillation tower base and the distillation tower extension. Okay, and then the extension is not going to be electrified. It's going to be just a generic block, nor is it going to be animatable. It doesn't need to do anything other than look pretty. I'm gonna leave this here just in case we need that, but I don't really think we need it. Crafting ending code, we're gonna take that out. We need to take it out of this as well, because there is no animation. We don't need this or that. Held liquid transfer. Allow pipe liquid transfer. Yeah, those will be true. Fluid capacity 8,000. It's basically 8. We're going to change this to... I need to use the bathroom. I'm sitting here dancing in my chair. I'll be right back. All right. It's meat stick o'clock. Side solid. Hmm. Okay. I think tentatively that's ready to test. We just need I don't know why double clicking it. This is the only app I have ever used where you double click a value with a hyphen and it selects everything and the hyphen and the other words. It's the only app I have ever used that does that.
I could see cases where that's useful, but since it's non-standard, it also kind of sucks. I assume that's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah. It's unexpected behavior.
Yeah.
Block VEMB distillation base incomplete dash star. Distillation tower base. Description. Ooh, DSCRI description is cool. Good. I said cool and I wrote good. That's just how my brain works these days. Okay, and then we copy and paste that there, and we go ext extension. The built version block description, like you should never see. You should never see this, but I'm going to put it in there anyway, just in case. I did the end of file thing because I was always, when I would do this, I would always lose track of like the commas and stuff, right? Because you want a comma after everything when you have another line. So I was always adding on to the bottom of the file, always managing commas because I would put a bunch of stuff in there and then I would have to do a comma above and then I would. And so I was just like, why don't you just put an end of file version on there, right? That doesn't have a comma. Because if you put a comma there, it like puts it red, right? And there's a little red squiggly under it, and it's like a little error. So you can see the name of the file up here is actually red. Because it's like, hey, the JSON is a little bit bad, right? So if you take the thing off, it's like, ooh, everything is good, right? It's kind of a JSON validation system. And so I was just tired of dealing with that, so I just put end of file, and now everything above that gets a comma, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. So it's just a thing to make me, not go crazy. All right, so now with that in there, we should be able, technically speaking, to test this. Obviously, we don't have any entity or anything like that plugged into it yet. It might crash because we don't have a. Oh shit! It really was not liking that. It didn't like. It didn't like the sheet metal, believe it or not. I must have messed that up in some way. So there's your distillation tower base and extension. I think I spelled extension wrong. I think it's SION instead of TION. Pretty sure. Let's fix that really quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
I had to see it.
yeah, I looked at it, I was like, okay. And then this, good. So give block. Oh, this is gonna be big. Vent engineering : VEMB distillation base incomplete north 2. And while I have that queued, extension. We can put the sludgy gravel away. I don't need that. And then put these down. I should actually grab more than 2 of those. Let's do like 6 more. And it's effing nighttime again. So let's see if we can get to the daytime. Because nighttime is like, if you take a day, let's say a day lasts 40 minutes. 39 of those minutes, it's nighttime. That's what it feels like in the goddamn game. Right? It's just like, why does it feel like that? It's always nighttime. Okay, so we come over here. We drop down this, right? And if we smack it, it should form it. It's not forming it. Why you no form? You're the only thing. You're the only block. This one probably doesn't work either. One, two, three. We have enough space. Let's remove that. Remove that. I need to face north when I do this, just to eliminate any possibility. Why is that not working? This multi-block. Whoa. Ah. It's not doing it because there's no entity. It shouldn't need the entity. Honest to God, it shouldn't need the entity. MB core dot active layer. So it does track the active layer of the. Okay, so that is what it is. So if we give it the entity of the Derrick, let's do F5. I want to gracefully leave. So yeah, I want to gracefully. It needs an entity. I don't think I can give it a generic entity. MB entity core. I mean, I technically could, but I don't know if I don't think I'm registering this class with the game because it's too generic. So let's throw it a. Let's just give it the Derek entity class here. This could be really not a good idea. But you know what? I want to see it in the game. Damn it. Now it is placed. This could be a problem. I might have to remove that entity, go into the game, break the block, exit, then set the entity, and then go back in. I guess it worked. Okay. So this, right, should work now. What? Break and replace. What the hell? This should 100% be triggering. Core. What? How is the core null? That should not be possible. I gave it the Derek entity class. Entity class. VEMB or VEB VEBE Derek. Oh. No? VEBE Derek. Um this dot entity class. Why is this saying generic? Okay, it didn't like the texture. Why didn't it like the textures? I don't think this is related. Block with code. Distillation based on complete in order. Define a block in any class. What? Entity class. Entity class. I need to fix this too. What is this? What? Why did the sheet metal throw an error? Error converting value. Vintage engineering. Block, multi-block, sheet metal, iron. Of all of the things that throw errors, it's the stupid, simple deco blocks. Sheet metal. Yeah, it doesn't like this. Textures, block, multi-blocks, right? Sheet metal. Why is that texture so small? Properties. Details. Bit depth 32. 32 by 32. Bit depth 32. Properties. Details. Bit depth 8. What? Bit depth 8. What? Why? How is the bit depth so different? Bit depth 24. Okay. So the log error is sheet metal iron, sheet metal steel, and temp steel. So all three of them are throwing errors. Can we edit, save a copy? This is more complicated than it needs to effing be. That's just what it is. Like, why can't it load a texture no matter what the bit depth is? It's like, oh, I don't know how to handle this file. It's, it's too optimized. Open with, I guess I have to open Photoshop again. So for some reason, Let's save. I don't know how else to do this. Maybe add transparency? PNG 24. Save. Sheet metal iron. Save. Replace. Now it's even tinier. Properties. Details. 24. What am I doing wrong here? So close. Drag this in. Do I have to do image mode? That's already indexed color. 8 bits per channel. Oh, I bet you that's what it is. Okay, let's redo this one. Image mode, RGB, 32 bits per channel. Save. No, I don't want to save PSD. Save. Save. Why is the hotkey not working? Save for web or save somehow. Save as. It's not allowing me. Mode. I want to look at one of these that works. Image mode, RGB 8 bits per channel. Image mode, 8 bits per channel. Image mode, 8 bits per channel. RGB, light engineering, image mode, RGB 8 bits per channel. Sheet metal iron, image mode, RGB 8 bits per channel. So this should be exactly the same. It's I don't know why it's so much smaller than everything else. Okay, so close that. Close that. Open this. Image mode RGB. Save. I don't save for web. It's like different, right? Image mode. So if we open this one, image mode. This one's already that way. Yeah, now it's 1K. So if we look at this again, properties, details, 24. Properties, details, 24. Properties, details. How do I get it to 32? How is this? It's literally index color, 8 bits per channel. Is it a matter of not having an alpha? Let's load this again. And go channels, add alpha, save. Come on, game. Stop doing that. If I save this now, save. Properties, details. Nope, still 24. Okay, so what am I doing? Here's what I'm looking at. I know it's off screen, but this is what I'm looking at. Okay. This is the sheet metal. This is the file as it is, right? So if we load an image we know works, right? We know one of these works. So somehow this PNG that works has a bit depth of 8. This one, properties, has a bit depth of 32. But we know this works because this is literally, these are in the file, right? These are in the shapes. Properties, details, see there's bit depth of 32 here. So if we load this into Photoshop, you can see RGB 8 layer 1. Okay. I don't understand, like, why, how is this a layer 1 and this is like a background? To me, that screams indexed color. That's what that screams. So mode, we're not in index color, we're in RGB color. And if we go over here, image mode, RGB color 8 bits, it's the same setting. So how are these so different in terms of like how they're saved? I don't understand. And if we go to like channels, red, green, blue channel, red, green, blue channel. They're functionally identical. But for some reason, this one is 32 bits per channel. Or something. And then this one isn't. I don't know why this GUI dialog is in my other monitor, but it's really annoying. Why Photoshop can't remember what goddamn monitor it's on. So we're just going to close this. This should be able to pull these files. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, these are like 8 bits per pixel. So bit depth 8. Layer. Image mode. 8 bits per channel. I mean, if we do this. Is this locked? Save. It still says 677 bytes. PNG 8? No transparency? Save. Save. Replace. Properties. 24 again. So if we do save, PNG 8. This changes it to indexed color, though. This is the thing. Is like this changes. It literally changes it to indexed color because it's indexing the colors. You can see them over here. Could not cast or convert from system.string is there a what? Textures.base. Error while converting value. Vintage engineering. Block, multi-block, sheet metal, steel. To type. Okay. There must be a problem in the syntax that I've got here. There has to be. Let's look at another generic block because I made some weird mistake here. These are all different shapes. I did that just in case I wanted to customize the shapes. These are all going to be different shapes. IO. Yeah, shape by type. These are all different shapes. I know there's a way to do texture. Okay, let's see again. Let's look at the base game. I need to figure out simple base game block And again, it would be nice if I clicked a directory that it would actually open up over here. You know, that would be very helpful, Microsoft, if you kept that function that was in the previous version. Why you got rid of that feature, I'll never know. But it was a great feature. And you got rid of it. Okay, so what would be a good basic block that all it does is change the texture? Rock. Shape is the cube. Draw type is cube. Maybe the draw. Well, let's add the draw. Fuck it. Let's add the draw type. Okay. I don't know why none of the base games JSON is formed properly, but it's annoying. Okay, rock all. Okay. There we go. Rock. This is what I'm missing. All. So rock, then all. Well, all colon bracket base. All colon bracket base. All colon bracket base. Why does it not like this? Expected comma. Iron colon bracket. This. Can we get rid of that search term, please? Thank you. All right. Now, this should match up with that. So this is what the tag I was missing, right? So all, this tag here is probably how I could manage, right, the shape. Because if we look at this shape, block basic cube, this is actually a shape somewhere. Survival. Again, it would be nice if it actually navigated to the fucking thing I was looking at. Block basic cube. Wow. Assets. Game. Shapes. Block basic cube. Faces. So all is probably a special one, but otherwise there's the way to index into the faces. So I could set the up and down to different, right? I could set all and then up and then down if I wanted to. But I'll keep it like this until it's fixed. That was a massive sidetrack to the actual problem, which is why the entity class was not taken. Like, it wasn't entity class. Let's see if It still says generic. How is this possible? Game, how is this possible? Somebody tell me how this is possible. I really need a trash can. I really need to put a trash can in the mod. Whoever is in charge of the handbook, we need bookmarks. Click on it, bookmark. Have a button, like here or here, bookmark, and have it add a tab that says bookmarks. Click the tab, boom, all your bookmarks. Just throwing that out there. What the hell? Why is that entity class generic? On what planet does it not know what entity class that is? Like, I don't even know what I'm looking for in here. This should not 100% not be reporting the entity class as generic. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Like, it's I literally fucking close this. No, sheet metal. Let's just quickly. All right, sheet metal is working. I am beyond confused. Because it's just yeah, literally VEMB Derek or VEBE Derek is literally the block entity of the Derek, which we know works. Boom. Why does it work here? It's going to do it over and over and over again. Come on. Stop calling it why does the game do that? It will constantly call that value, right? It's not, when you right click, it does not release the right click. So no matter how many times you let it run, that right click is constantly being triggered. It doesn't let it go. So it's impossible to debug just one quick click of the mouse because it's constantly being run over and over and over again. You cannot like get rid of it. So if we come over here then and right click, boom, generic. So, I want to see this in the game now that it's, becoming nighttime, as always. I want to go here and I want to say, give me the built version. Okay. And then give me it's nighttime. Because of course it's nighttime. Alright, I'm gonna fucking sleep. What time is it? 1700. It's literally dark at 6 o'clock. Because I'm in this test world. I've been testing in this test world for damn near the entire year of this test world. Because time passes and it is what it is. So it's going to be another 4 in-game hours before the fucking sun comes in. So here we go. So that, right, doesn't have any collision because it's not properly, it wasn't properly formed. You just stick with me. So we're gonna oh, that crashity crashed. Can I have my mouse back, please? There we go. What crashed? Electric behavior is required. Why? Electric container BE. Oh. Right. Now I know why it crashed. Just shut it all down. The base block, multi-block core, is an electric block. So I need to go in here and grab this. Do that. 0, 0. I mean, I could actually set this here. Yeah. So why? Did it? I still don't get why this thing crapped out on the entity class. Do I register the base entity class, just the generic one? I don't think I do. Register block entities. No, I don't. There was no need to. So, the mystery though is why with this entity class set that I'm getting a report of it being a generic. Yeah. It's like it's completely ignoring that entity class. It's like it just doesn't even exist when it loads it in. This is so bizarre. I don't understand how it's broken. Is there anything in the logs? Block with code has a block entity class, blank comma. I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? It's identical. Why is it seeing this as completely blank? Is it caching it? Just once, I would like this to navigate to the actual effing directory. Just please, God. Cache. I mean, vintage engineering is not even in the cache. I don't know. Oh, it saved me here. Nice. Oh, Jesus. Now it's throwing me into the block entity? Now. So does that mean if I hit F5, there it is. I just had to rebuild it. I had to refresh it because it was using, I don't know, old data or something. But yeah, now it's broken because there's no well casing code. It's using the wrong thing. But you saw it form. It actually formed the damn thing. So at least I solved. That was driving me insane. The fact that it was coming back as a generic block entity over and over and over again. I was like, what? So now I need to actually build a block entity for the distillation tower, which is going to be its own amount of work. So, I just wanted to see it in the game. But yeah, now that it's plugged into the Derek, now I see that there's a bunch of code that is trying to run, and it shouldn't be running it. So we're gonna need, right, another block entity, for the. I really should have organized these a little bit more. Might as well start now. MB. Add class BE BEMB distillation base. Yeah. And I don't need it to be separate namespace. Why did you do that, game? Okay. Pump jack, Derek. These are all MBs, so I should move that up to here. That up to here. Make sure it didn't redo. Yep. God. Don't do that. I don't want it to be its no namespace. I just want it to be in its own directory. Okay. How did this change? No, what? No. What are you doing? Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, I think that's going to be all for today, everybody. We fixed some bugs. We tweaked some things. We fixed some shapes. Talked a little bit about what I want to do, possibly refactoring the electric system. Oh, somebody's eating food without treats. No treats today? Her head goes from eating like so funny. Animals are funny. Yeah, so we're gonna chill, and yeah, that's gonna be it for today. We're making progress. I'm trying to wait until 1.22 goes stable. Right? It's been like a month, and it's still not stable. So I don't know what they must have run into something crazy, like a major block. Oh, she's still eating. No treats, huh? Okay, she's just still eating. No treats. But yeah, I would imagine it would have been stable already if they wouldn't have run into something. So I know I'm not tracking that. I just too much to do. Once it goes stable, then I look at it and figure out what we need to do. So I'm sure that there's going to be a ton of stuff that's going to need to be tweaked because they did a lot of changes under the hood for the new version. There's a ton of changes. So all of my code-based mods are all going to need to be revisited. It's going to be a mountain of work. An absolute mountain of work. So if you have a favorite mod of mine that you want, you really want updated, then throw me some support and say, hey, here's $10 or $5 or, whatever. And just say, I love the Angel Belt mod. Please make sure this gets updated right away. And, that's just incentive for me to not drag my heels, and get that stuff done as soon as possible. So, it goes a long ways. A little support goes a long ways. So anyway, I want everybody to have a great rest of the week. Stay warm. And yeah, see you on Saturday.